Well, good morning, everyone. We're excited to be starting the 2026 Hawk Show. We'd like to thank Mr. Kevin Kitchen for being our judge today. So, yes, go ahead and give him a round of applause. We're going to be starting today with two classes of non-sale eligible hogs. So the hogs coming in to the room right now are in our first class. And these market hogs just didn't quite meet our criteria in order to be sale eligible. So in the case of all of these hogs, they're just a little too light. We have requirements for sale eligibility to be at least 240 pounds. So of the ring right now, we have Callie Stokes, Cheyenne Matthews, Brock Mel, Brooke Holder, Jane Sobro, Mason Zemke, and Paige Picknell. Now we want to keep our show moving today, especially with the heat, and so we're going to be asking that at this time our non-sale eligible class 2 exhibitors start making their way to the holding area. So those individuals are going to be Callie Stokes, Rory Zimmerman, William Hovland, Brooke Colburn, Ethan Jonas, Malcolm Zemke, Marcus Zemke, Weston Hall, Blake Germanson, and Isaac Nicholson. So those individuals can just start making their way over to the holding area.
Good morning, everyone, and I want to keep it nice and short today, but obviously give the kids a chance to the work that they put in this summer, not to go unnoticed. And so we're going to give everyone their first shot, and hopefully we can roll for them today to keep these kids and comfortable, and obviously with it being warm, I want to keep everyone nice and healthy. So with that being said, this first class comes out, and the young ladies here in the middle is going to go ahead and ring. That one is just so chock full of us, so you get on the top side of her shoulder, and she's just so opened up with a massive ditch down her back. She gets out and moves, and freeing some easiness off her right leg. It's a really nice place to go ahead and start. The young girl's good. That's right here in front of me is going to go two. I think that one just follows our class winner the best. She's perfect on that top side of her shoulder. She lays her blade into her skeleton. I would have to change her just a little bit there. But you really appreciate how square she was on her hip, the way she gets out and uses her hind leg to go ahead in a second. The young lady's good. That's going to come here in third. It was a little more traditional, just with revealing design. I just want to see a little scout to a scout like this, the ground, and go straight around and get to go ahead and run and put you ahead of her. Young lady that comes out here in front. When this was in, she kind of started me with a little longer style, just a little bit more elevated more. But as we just started that one, she gets going, she's really tuned up in the flank. She's really tuned in over the pig. I just need to open that one up, give that one more to the center of the body, and just overall skill to run the walls directly ahead of her. The young man Barron that comes out next, that is a really shapely one compared to the one directly ahead of her. That one just gets too short stepping, too straight up, you better get skeleton. Just going to make that one a little bit smoother, easier to go ahead and do that. Then we're right on the class here with two Barrons. Both just get a little cleaned up in terms of the skeleton blade. We're going to do better in terms of the hind leg and the way that they go ahead and tramp in the ring. But one that both have some shape, both have some growth, but it's going to make a few rumors in the morning. Congratulations to these kids. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these exhibitors.
In that last class, we would like to congratulate Brooke Colburn of Vermilion Cruisers for her first blue. Second blue to Callie Stokes of the Barron FFA. Third blue to Paige Picknell of the Sugar Lake FFA. First red, Cheyenne Matthews, Marquette Pacemakers. Second red, Dane Stowborough of the Vermilion Cruisers. First white, Mason Zupke of Country Kids. And second white was Brock Picknell of the Country Kids. Congratulations. You're following along in your programs. Out in the showroom right now, we have our second class of non-sale eligible market products. In the showroom right now, we have Lori Zimmerman, William Hupland, Brooke Holberg, Ethan Donan, Malcolm Zemke, Marcus Zemke, Weston Ball, Blake Jermanson, and Isaac Middleton. I'd like to encourage our next class that is on deck to start making their way to the holding area. And that's going to be our very first class of sale-eligible hogs. That would include Briella Miller-Miss, Lillian Harmon, Molly Peterson, Wagner Wilbur, Chesney Donan, Dane Stobro, Hudson Jenkinson, and Mateo Della Torre.
Our next class Rosie here, I think there's one that just absolutely just commands their attention in terms of just shape and power, but still have that skeletal board and design. One that's so stout at the base of the ground, young man in the purple shirt's going to go ahead and win. I think we just settled that one in terms of just her motion and the way she gets out and tracks. You just really have to appreciate she's stout and bold and still really good looking. Once she gets her head up and dry, that's a really neat one to go ahead and look. The young man's work with Barron here, that's going to come in second. That one's got some neat UXTs in terms of that one's from third and how that one's head carriage tries out on the top side of the shoulder, how good he is in terms of his underline from front to rear. I just need to see that one a little bit longer, just a little bit more extension, just because it's too closed up in terms of right when he comes at me. But man, that's a really neat one. That paints a neat picture from the side to go ahead and be second to that one. The one that's going to come here in third is the one directly in front of me. That's just more traditional in terms of his design. Excuse me. I just need to see that one a little taller on the point of the shoulder, make that one a little more excited to go ahead and run the first 2 mile lines directly ahead of it. The lady ladies deal that's going to come here in fourth, that's an absolute powerhouse in terms of shape and power. But I need to see that one opened up, especially right here where it's coming right at me. Wants to kind of close up, maybe even just a little scour up against the ground, but really well designed and highly presented by female to come here in fourth. The young man that's going to come here in fourth, maybe one out there, really want to put here, or the way it's beginning here, but you can see that one drive and go across the ring. I think there's some neat things about this one. In terms of just that one's body design from the side, it's a silhouette, but I just need to make that one better in terms of his blade and his front shoulders attached to his skeleton to go ahead and move up. The young ladies get, that's going to come here next. When I learn that, which is a little bit more profiled from the side of the longer skeleton, I was going to see that once point kind of drop in, maybe style that one up in terms of its feature, but the really nice profile, straight hip one that's going to come next. The young board that's going to come out, I think in terms of just hip shape and power, in terms of little cycling, that one's what it's got. But we need to change that one in terms of his hind leg, his hind leg, the way he gets out, or she gets out and moves extremely. We just need to make her feel a little easier, and make her a little more comfortable. She just kind of likes a short step and not be without being as comfortable in the move. The one man's work that comes out here next, a lot like the one breakers, two of them were, excuse me, a little more tubular in design. This is see more of she needs to open up at the center forward of the skeleton, open up in terms of the pain, the shape, but another one's profile, but just not enough of that one here today. Number two, but we're going to go ahead and round it up. Maybe just a little bit more in terms of the design and the conventional aspect. I think in terms of just, where they're at today, in terms of the body size and skeleton, they definitely have some fat, which is good. I mean, we got to have some more shape and power. We're just going to make it feel easier. They got to be able to get out and move with that hind leg. They need a jack stroll. They get outside their skeleton as they take that next step forward. But ones that are just jump forward, muscle, they just see the square up, they can better move and go ahead and win. Congratulations to all those exhibits.
Winning that class was Blake Jervinson of Northern Lights. Second blue to William Hovland of the Countrysiders. Third blue, Brooke Fulmer, Vermilion Cruisers. Fourth blue, Callie Stokes of the Barron FFA. First red, Isaac Nicholson, Countrysiders. Second red, Rory Zimmerman, Marquette Pacemakers. Third red, Marcus Dempke, Country Kids. First white, Weston Ball of the Vermilion Cruisers. Second white, Melvin Dempke, Country Kids. And third white, Ethan Donut of the Country Kids. Congratulations. In the ring right now is our very first class of sale eligible hogs. In our ring we have Briella Millerman, Lillian Harmon, Molly Peterson, Wagner Wilder, Chesney Donut, Dan Stover, Hudson Jenkinson, and Mateo Delatorre. And then on deck, so the next group of individuals that are in that second class of sale eligible hogs, we'd like them to move to the holding area. So the individuals that are on deck would include Daniel Worth, Molly Pearson, Wagner Wilbert, Addison Brown, Callan Ewing, Michaela Stover, Caleb Jurgensen, Isaac Duncan, Justin Olson, and Corey Dross. Once again, if those individuals can start making their way to the holding area.
is just awesome in terms of that one's build and skeleton design. She gets that one driving, and she's by far the most opened up in terms of her back shape. She's got an fluid bitch going down her back. She's by far the prettiest and easiest to move in type of kind of her hind leg. You guys tell her to go out and do it. When that hind leg can just motor with the best of them, that's a nice one to go ahead and win. The syrup kind of comes down here between 2, 3, and 4, and there are just some differences in terms of their build and their design and just the amount of shape and power that they have. I'll go ahead and land on the young man's rock that will come here in a second. I think that one follows our classroom in terms of how that one can get out and move and utilize that one time leg. He's by far the most elite in terms of his lower forward and how that one's chest ties in there. Once he gets out on the profile, he paints a neat picture in terms from the front side of the skeleton to the rear in terms of just flow and just progressing. His other one, I think, maybe he could be a little bit better in terms of his hind leg when he sets out and moves. He kind of wants to stomp hard on that right rear leg. Not to set it perfectly square, but I think in terms of just that one center portion of his body, up in there, front third, that one to be the second best one in this class. The young man back here, the British tourist shirts can come here and play. When that one hit the ring, that one intrigued me. That one skin and hair is perfect for that. That young man does a great job getting that one presented. You can just take the front 2/3 of that one's skeleton, that one's all for out for me. My problem with that barrel today is his hip behind leg. He wants to reel out the backside of his hip, which then makes him want to kind of throw his hind leg up underneath of himself. It's not as free as needs to move him, and I want to fix him in that aspect. The battle is front 2/3, his tall shoulder, good looking, and that young man does a great job. Skin here was on point. Congratulations to you. The young man's bit that comes off here in 4th, same kind of issue with the ones off the head of it. Maybe a little square on the top side of the head, but man, that one just does not track square enough. As you watch that one out, Jeff Barron, and she wants to get outside of herself, and then the other one, she just her front shoulder, how she brings that one into her skeleton. You get on the top side, she's cracked open, has tons of shape and power, and just an overall neat build to come here and forth. The young man's bulldog that comes here next, this is a longer profile, longer spine run, one that, unlike the one Jeff Barron had, I just need to open that one up. Right here, as you get that here where I got, that one, I just need to open up, make him a little stouter in terms of his muscle shape, and just a little bit some more credibility and power in that one to go ahead and move a really neat profile one. The new guard that comes out here next, this is more of a power one. This one does have more power and shape compared to the one directly above it. I need to fix her on here and then the skeleton, make him more leaner in terms of his jaw and his head shape, and how that one's shoulder ties in. But one that's got some power to go ahead and be next. Number 2 that we're going to go ahead and round out with. Ones that we just need to make a little more stouter, make it harder off the feet and legs, but have lots of shape and just kind of build the overall coverage area here. The ones that are nice pointed to the individual. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these units. So there's a little great job. Congratulations.
In that class of markets, sale eligible hogs, class number 1, first place went to Briella Millerman of the Countrysiders. Second blue to Hudson J. Third blue, Mateo Del Torre from the Barron SFA. Fourth blue, Dane Snowbird of Vermilion Cruisers. First red, Wagner Wilder of the Doyle Juniors. Second red, Lillian Harmon of the Countrysiders. First white, Molly Peterson, Vermilion Cruisers. And our second white, Chesley Jonas of the Country Kids. Congratulations, Class 1. Out in the room right now, we have Class 2. So those individuals include Daniel Bird, Molly Peterson, Wagner Wilder, Addison Brown, Callan Ewing, Michaela Stover, Caleb Jervinson, Isaac Duncan, Justin Olsen, and Corey Ross. We'd like the next group of individuals that will be composing the third market class to start making their way over to the on-deck area. So that would be Austin Zimmerman, Cheyenne Matthews, Bryson Waring, Isla Waring, William Hutland, Nolan Ewing, Kaden Smith, Allie Olsen, and Kevin McGraw.
A really nice class here that comes next, and young man directly ahead of me that brings the big belt to Barrow is going to come and go ahead and win. I think in terms of just that one build and skeletal design and just the amount of power and shape that that one does have, he goes ahead and wins pretty handily, I think. In terms of skin and hair and bone and just overall footwork, that one's a very incredible one to look at. And I think young man does a great job getting that one presented. I think in terms of that one's pace when he said out and walks. He does some favors in terms of how he utilizes his hind leg. This is really neat one to go ahead and read. You guys can drive these ones. And the young man that's going to be in the blue shirt is going to go ahead and be second. I think, in the first 2/3 of that one's, that pig there, that bear, is off and he's, if I was going to get hard on him, I want to change him out of his hip and hind leg. Maybe just gets a little short step in terms of how that one is designed out of his hind leg there. But man, that one is opened up in terms of his forehead, and that one's just center portion of his body. I think in terms of that one's shoulder angle design is a neat one to go ahead and look at as well for that young man. Congratulations to you. The young man here directly in front of me is going to go ahead and be third. I think he does a great job getting that pig roll. Maybe he's not going to cooperate exactly with the young man, but I think he's still sticking with it, doing an awesome job. When that pig gets his head up and he his tall shoulder and extend up through his front 1/3, just really shapely on the back side of his shoulder. I need to give that one a little bit more flex and angularity to that one's hind leg. And just when you kind of open him up at the base of the ground, he kind of wants to close up, especially when he's walking directly away from me. And get a little bit underneath of his skeleton as well. But an awfully neat one and a great project for that young man that's doing an awesome job. Congratulations to you. The young man Barron directly right here next to me, is going to go ahead and be fourth. I think in terms of just muscle and shape, that's where that one needs to fall. Just an absolute ditch. And he's so powerful on the backside of his first shoulder. Where I need to change it though is kind of like the last one. I need to open her up at the base of the ground, make her track a little square, just make her a little neater up through the front 1/3. That in terms of putting her forward to the bottom side of her jaw, she just wants to get a little bold there. But a really good project for that young man. Congratulations to you. Young man that's going to come up next year in the blue shirt, I think that one just follows the type and kind from the one directly ahead of her. But in terms of just overall power, I think maybe she just doesn't have as much as the one that does come right before. I want to change her in terms of just her shoulder angle and how she attaches it. With a neat forward, a neat powerful one that still got some overall foot and bone size to go ahead and be next. The young ladies, the belted one right here in front of me, there's some neat pieces about this one, but I just need to make that one stouter at the base of the ground in terms of foot and bone size. Make her stouter out of her hand and just overall hip and hind leg. But a really neat, smooth, pretty easy moving one that when you get a task out and go track square and tracks good from the side. So congratulations to her. The young man in blue, that comes out next is a longer profile, just a little more extended type of female. I think in terms of that, though, she just gets to be a little frail in terms of her muscle shape, in terms of just her powerfulness, in terms of her the center portion of her body. You need to open her up, bust her open, and just give her some more overall cutability and just overall power to go ahead. But a really nice profile one. That's a great project for this young man. The next battle that comes out, this one's just so opened up in terms of right behind his shoulder and his back shape. But I just need to make that one, and as you can see right here, he just gets a little short step and a little frailer at the base of the ground. Need to make it, maybe just work out getting some overall, just more motion out of that one. I think, maybe he just doesn't want to go today, and obviously that's a little hard. But I think in terms of that one, just skeletal build where the center third of his body is neat. We just need to make him more free and easier. We're going to be able to get out and track a little square and freer and easier. We'll be able to move that one up. But congratulations to him. And then we round out our class here with the all black one and then the purple on the far end. One that we just want to change in terms of the skeletal design out of their spine and into their hip and hind leg. We want to get a little tight in terms of their spine and just not have enough overall depth of body in terms of their underline from their forward back to the flank. But if we can just get that to set in, make it a little square and a little more free and easier out of their spine, we can get it right and move up. But a really nice project for all these exhibitors. Let's go ahead and put our hands together and show our appreciation for these kids. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our market swine sale eligible class number 2. First blue, Daniel Worth of Countrysiders. And our second blue, Caleb Germanson of Northern Lights. Third blue, Isaac Duncan of the Countrysiders. Fourth blue, Callan Ewing of the Prairie Hustlers. First red, Wagner Wilbur of the Doyle Juniors. Second red, Michaela Stovern of the Cameron FFA. Third red, Justin Olson, Countrysiders. Fourth red, Corey Drost of the Northern Lights. First white, Molly Peterson, Vermilion Cruisers. And our second white, Addison Brown of the Pasta Jets. Congratulations. In the ring right now, we have our third class of Market Hogs. In the ring is Austin Zimmerman, Cheyenne Matthews, Bryson Waring, Tyler Waring, William Hufflin, Nolan Ewings, Cadence Fulton, Allie Olson, and Kennedy Drost. In the holding area, we want the following individuals to make their way there, and that would include Callie Stokes, Andrew Casper, Charlotte Wilger, Daniel Burke, Nolan Wilger, Riley Majewski, Natalie Ellison, Ellis White, Emily Zemke, and Kennedy Drost.
a really neat class that comes up next, and there's definitely some sort on the top two, and I took my extra time to make sure I'm giving a fair shake to these exhibitors, because I think the top two are definitely, there's some give and take, and they're definitely not alike, but they have their own attributes that make them awfully special. I go ahead and land on the young ladies, more big belted barrel that's moving directly ahead of me. I think in terms of that one's just skeletal design on the top side of that one's shoulder, and how opened up and square he is a super neat thing to look at. You know, you get behind that one, and his pin is so big and so square, but still you ask that one to move. Is maybe perfect on the timeline? No, and I'll be the first to admit that. But she gets that one moving at the right pace to her. From the profile, he tracks in terms of where he should. He's better in terms of his front 1/3 and how that one's head carriage attaches into his body, and the way that from the bottom side of his snout all the way down to his flank, he just progressively gets deeper, and just that one's balance from the side as he would go ahead and wins that one here today. Congratulations to you. The young man's thinner belted barrel here directly ahead of me. Man, I'll be the first to say that is the stoutest, biggest legged one that we've seen today, and that is a super neat attribute to that one works to the table. Where I want to change that one right over there over his hand more in terms of what he just gets out and moves, he gets a little pinch, and just doesn't maybe balance and directly behind him. And I want to maybe see that one just kind of pick his head up and just walk a little smoother, so that way you can see how that front shoulder wants to get out and move, because I do think maybe he does get a little tickle straight in terms of just how that one shoulder lays into his body, but that one's still a chock full of muscle. It is an awesome highlight that when you get out and ask to move, that one's smooth, and just a really neat pair to go ahead and land 1 and 2 in this class. Congratulations to those two exhibitors. The young man blue to here directly in front of me is going to go ahead and be 3. I think that one just kind of just falls in next. I think you study that one right here from the profile, and she's balanced. There's not really a big gaping hole in her anywhere. I just see this here a little bit more stout, a little bit more opened up, have some center third of her body in terms of just forward and rib cage, and just to go ahead and run with those two powerhouses up on the top side of this class. But man, that's a neat one. I think there's definitely some reading value, and 3 as well in 4. The young man goes out this one here directly in front of me. From the side, that one's a profile, super neat. You have to appreciate just how that one's forward and just underline progression. But just to run with that 3, she just falls in terms of just her shape and just her overall power on the top side of the skeleton and down into her hip and her stifle. Maybe she does want to close up a little bit when you get in right behind her. But man, I think as a breeding piece, that one's an awfully good one. Young man brought a nice one, and that's presented highly today. The young ladies that comes here next, I think there's some very neat things about this one in her front 2/3 of her skeleton. Maybe she gets a rib long for me in just terms of her just profile and balance from the side, but for a regular, that one's got some shape. She's a nice ditch down the back, and I think once she gets her head cranked up and moving, of course now maybe she doesn't want to move, but then when she was out here earlier, that thing was moving and moving around, and she really good off her hip and high leg, just so tall and at the point of her shoulder, and so neat about her front 3rd, but just kind of like the last one, she just falls in terms of just overall power and shape compared to the one directly above her. I just see that one more opened up, a bit more power, and just overall barrel to that center 3rd of her body to move her up, but a nice profile one from the side for that young lady. Congratulations to her. The young man that comes out here next, this one I had a little higher when we first hit the gate, I think. But then as I just kept studying, obviously I think there might be something going on down at the base of his foot on his right shoulder, where he wants to get real straight and just be able to move off that front 3rd of his skeleton. But one that's just opened up in terms of his back shape, and he got a big old pin in there, but I think if we can just make that one feel a little bit better today, he could definitely ramp a little bit higher. Congratulations to that exhibitor. We can let out the next ones as well. The young lady that brings the all-white barrel here, I think, in terms of that one, it is big. It was big, it's flat, and square, but I just need to make that one neater about his front 1/3, make it better about his shoulder angle, his blade, and just trim that one up. I think once she gets that one moving, he does the dance that he's supposed to, and the young ladies done a great job presenting that one today. We just going to make him a little bit better in his front third, maybe add a little bit more power and shape, and that goes to say for the next two that come out here as well. I think, we just need to kind of open them up, give them some more power, give them some more credibility, and make them a little stouter at the base of the ground. They can go ahead and move up as well. So a really nice class. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these exhibitors. Doing a great job. Congratulations to all.
In that last class, the third class of Market Hogs, first blue went to Keenan Golden of the Countrysiders. Second blue, William Hovland of the Countrysiders. Third blue, Kyler Barron of the Doyle Juniors. Fourth blue, Nolan Ewings of the Prairie Hustlers. First red, Kennedy Dross, Northern Lights. Second red, Bryson Waring of the Doyle Juniors. Third red, Cheyenne Matthews, Marquette Peacemakers. First white, Allie Olson, Countrysiders. And second white, Austin Zimmerman of the Marquette Peacemakers. In the ring right now, we have our class 4. And those individuals in the ring include Callie Stokes, Andrew Casper, Charlotte Wilger, Daniel Worth, Nolan Wilger, Riley Mayeski, Natalie Ellison, Ellis White, Emily Zemke, and Kenneth Drost. The next names that I'm going to list, if they can start coming to the holding area, they will be on deck. So on deck will be Parker Zimmerman, Riley Peterson, Andrew Casper, Molly Peterson, Holly Hargrave, Laura Ewings, Michaela Stolberg, Emma Stain, Jesse Olson, and Corey Drost.
ahead here and sort through, and I think there's definitely some give and take when it kind of comes down to the line, but I think the one that I go ahead and settle on to win, I think, it just brings the most EXT to the table. That is a freak show in terms of that one strong on third. You have to just appreciate how shallow and how good-headed and good front third that one is. The young man goes ahead and gets this one presented highly to a degree that I think, in terms of skin and hair and just overall quality, that one's the freshest in terms of that one's just build right now. And I think there's just so many new things to go ahead and study. If I were to pick on, maybe I'd like to make it a little stouter at the bowl, at the base of the ground, make it split and just bone just a tad bit bigger. But I think that's picking on an awfully neat one. The one, I think the sort really kind of comes down to 2, 3, and 4, and I think, there's definitely going to be some give and take. And I go ahead and lay on the young lady pictured on the far side. I think that one just follows our class winner in terms of just the quality that that one brings. She's by far the next stoutest in terms of just bone and just feature. Maybe she's not had that front third in that overall build, but the one that does go ahead and win has. But I think that build in terms of just the power and shape reflects to her hind leg when she sets out moves, and just that overall feature that one does bring is a neat place to go ahead and be second. The other gal's barrel that's going to come here in third, obviously looks a little different compared to the one that was directly ahead of it, but has some attributes that I really want to talk about. In terms of that one, just shape and power, and center third of that one's body is where that one excels. Just get that short hit, and then maybe a little past his prime in terms of your front one third. I think that's probably where I get picked on him the hardest. His center third of his body, though, is where this one gets brought up here into the third hole. Just a really neat design. But I just want to change it in terms of the test and connect and overall. Just front third there, making just a little longer hit than we're free and moving to go ahead and move up with the first and second place on the spot. The young lady is one that comes here at 4. I think it was probably more like our second place. I think in terms of just overall stoutness and features where that one excels. But maybe we're ahead stepping behind this one. She just gets a little off in the hind leg. So wants to cut outside of the skeleton. And just doesn't have that overall power and shape that goes pretty directly ahead now. But a really neat front, good chest, a good forward type of one. Just needs to open it up and make a little freer with the hind leg. The young gal's white grip that comes into the next one. That one's got some awesome shape right behind that one's shoulder. And there's an absolute grip going down that one's back. But where I run into an issue here is that one just wants to get a little tight over his hand loin. And then maybe her hand loin. And then that one's my leg. She just gets a tip too straight. Maybe not have that overall flex and then overall just that sound pretty easy for the hind leg to go ahead and move up. Young lady's crossfield that comes into your next, I think has the shape and the power of the one directly ahead. She just gets too upright in terms of her shoulder, a little too narrow. It makes it not off the hind leg. Want to open her up there, give her a little bit more overall balance in terms of from the front side of the shoulder all the way back up to her hip hind leg. But a really neat one for this young lady to bring in the third day. Young man's on Rockfield, I think, definitely follows the type of time of the one record ahead of it. I just think that one real stout, a little bone and killer, but an awesome underline progression in that one. I think, in terms of the step length, just overall power and balance is where that one excels. We just don't have enough of that one. I think, if you look at that one's maturity pattern, if you could bring that one back in 30 to 45 days, I think we'd definitely be in a different hole than we are right now. I think that one just needs some more time, just more feet and overall presence to go ahead and move up. Young man brings out a deal here that I think in terms of just the overall credibility of that one thing accelerated. It's a big hind leg, big hind leg on that one. Size of shape and just overall muscle is great. I just need to see that one set into his playing. I think a lot like the last one. Some more time on feet and just overall maturity for that one will do that one some favors. I think as you get that plank set and just some overall feet into that one, that one will be a whole lot different because in terms of just that one designed from the side, I just don't think she's quite ready where she needs to be today. Young gal's black-headed barrel that comes out a lot like the last one. I think maybe not where she quite wanted to be today, and I think he wanted to be. But I think we just can see more of that one. Just let that one flanks it in, open it up at the base of the ground, some more credibility. Same thing with the young man's all black one that's going ahead and hit the gate right now. We just need to see more of that one. Square that one up on the top side of his hip. Make it better about how his shoulder lands into it. But a really neat credibility one that's going to go ahead and be a nice project for that young man. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all these exhibitors. Doing a great job. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winners of the fourth class of Market Hogs. First blue to Daniel Worth of the Country Tigers. Second blue, Charlotte Wilder of the Doyle Juniors. Third blue, Callie Stokes of Barron FFA. Fourth blue, Emily Zemke, Clayton FFA. First red, Kennedy Dross, Northern Lights. Second red, Natalie Ellison, Countrysiders. Third red, Ellis White, Peppy Pals. First white, Nolan Wilder, Doyle Juniors. Second white, Riley Majewski, Vermilion Cruisers. And third white, Andrew Casper, Vermilion Cruisers. Congratulations. In the ring right now, we have our fifth class of Market Hogs. Those individuals would include Carter Zimmerman, Riley Peterson, Andrew Casper, Molly Peterson, Holly Hargrave, Maura Ewings, Michaela Stover, Emma Stain, Jesse Olson, and Corey Frost. The next names I'll be listing have the hogs in the following class, which should be making their way to the holding pen. Those individuals include Andrew Casper, Lillian Harmon, Nolan Wilker, Natalie Ellison, Callum Ewings, Maura Ewings, Blake Germanson, Emma Sting, and Miles Fulton.
top four, I think, that are still out here in the ring. And obviously, there isn't one that absolutely, I think, has to go ahead and win. I think that's all right because that just shows these kids are out here putting the work in the spring and summer and brought some great projects here. But I'm going to go ahead and use the young gals guild that's directly in front of me. I think in terms of just balance and quality, that one brings the most to the table. That one is actually creased up in terms of the top side of that one skeleton. I think that's really kind of what for me put that one over the top of number two. I think it's just overall creasiness while still having being able to get out and move and be pretty easy in terms of how she sets the traps. Just a really neat one to go ahead and be first. The young gal Barron that comes in next. Obviously, I kind of alluded to what I would like to change about that one is I just want to see him better on the top side of his shoulder, out through his tail head in terms of his creasiness, muscle shape. But then, once that young gal gets that one driving, that one paints a pretty picture from the side. Just real complete in terms of his balance and his build. Maybe make that one a little stouter at the base of the ground to go ahead and get over the one that's directly ahead of him. The young man's guilt on the far side, the white pink there, that's going to come ahead and be third. Excuse me. It is one I think you really have to appreciate for that one. Just that one's underlined. You look from the front side of her skeleton up to the back, and she just progressively gets deeper. She's big out of her hip and hind leg. What I like to maybe see her be a little more comfortable where she sets her feet down off her hind leg, absolutely. But I think that's an awfully neat one to come here and be third. The young gal's belted one that's going to come here and be fourth. You have to appreciate for how big it is and just how much overall cheek shape and just lower stifle that one has. I just need to make her smoother in her transitions in terms from her hand to her loin and just how that loin extends up into the center portion of her spine. Make her a little freer and easier off her hind leg. She get a little choppy to go ahead and just do not use that hind leg like I'd like to see here today. The young gals here in the purplish pinkish shirt that's going to come ahead and be next. I think that one just the cutability is where that one needs to fall. Would I like to change how that front third is designed? Maybe get a little bold at the base of that one's shoulder. But I think that's a stout-legged one that can go ahead and be a really nice set of carcass to go ahead and be next. The young man's belted guilt here that comes next. Man, that one is a ginormous pin and just has so much stifle and just lower shape in the backside of that one's running here. I want to see that one smoother, just kind of like our one that was in fourth in terms of how it's going transition and maybe make it just a little bit better in terms of the shoulder angle and length. You want to get a little hold there at the base of the shoulder. The one that comes out next, I think, is just a really complete stout-legged type of one. You can make her a little freer and easier in terms of her spine and just want to how she carries her head. And I think that throws off her front shoulder. Just to make that a little smoother there. Just a really complete one from the side in terms of just that one, just overall presence and just balance to come next. Congratulations to her. Almost exact same thing here. I think this one, where the one that directly ahead of got the nod over this one, is that one maybe just doesn't relax a little bit in her spine from time to time. This gal just never really kind of wanted to just be smooth in her transitions. Really just kind of wanted to just kind of keep her head carried down and just not really get up and get that one driving. And I think maybe if we were a little different on that one, just overall skin in here, we could maybe get that one moved up as well, just in terms of presence, but a really nice one for that young man. The skin here on this next one is where I'd like to see these ones come through. I think in terms of just how that one is able to get out and move is a really neat thing. But that one really just kind of wants to close up at the base of the ground. You get it right behind that one, and them hind legs are almost damn near touching in terms of just how that one needs to track directly with me. Bust that one open, give it some more spread away, and just overall power. That's a really neat build for that young man. And then the one that we're going to go ahead and run with, same kind of thing is that one needs to go bust that one open, make her stouter, just a little bit more freer and easier in terms of her spine, and just be able to just have some more smoother overall transition than that one, but one that is chock full of muscle and has an awesome set of pin and just overall width open at the hind leg. So let's go ahead, put our hands together, please, use the nursery, and I say congratulations to all.
Congratulations to our Market Hog class number 5. First blue to Emma Sting of the Marquette Pacemakers. Second blue to Michaela Storm of the Cameron FFA. Third blue, Jesse Olson, Country Siders. blue, Holly Margaret of the Columbia Livewires. First red, Maura Ewing of the Prairie Hustlers. Second red, Carter Zimmerman of our Kent Peacemakers. Third red, Riley Peterson, Vermilion Cruisers. First white, Andrew Casper, Vermilion Cruisers. Second white, Corey Dross, Northern Lights. And third white is Molly Peterson of the Vermilion Cruisers. In the showroom right now is our market class number 6. That includes Andrew Casper, Lillian Harmon, Nolan Wilbur, Natalie Ellison, Callan Ewings, Maura Ewings, Blake Jermonson, Emma Stain, and Miles Fulton. The next group of names are those that are on deck. Hunter Zimmerman, Bryson Waring, Jarrett Rowe, Lillian Harmon, Chloe Patensky, Alex Schusel, Nolan Ewing, Sawyer Wilbur, and Isaac Nicholson.
A really interesting class that comes out next, and I think there's definitely some give and take, and I think in terms of just overall completeness and just balance, the young lady's right up there in front of me is going to go ahead and win. I think her on that one is awfully stout, and in terms of just overall body shape, that one is by far the stoutest in terms of her foot and bone. She's the biggest in terms of just creasy shape on the backside of her shoulder, and just her overall balance is where that one goes ahead and gets the win. I think how that one's head and shoulder attachments on the front side of her skeleton is just a really neat one to go ahead and win. The young lady does a great job getting that one going. Congratulations to her. The young man's Belted Barrel is going to probably be second. I think, when that one originally kind of hit the ring at first, I thought that was going to be the one I was going to go ahead and win. And I don't think, not taking anything away from him, I think that one just kind of gave it up in terms of how that one's front shoulder and front attachment is going to go ahead and be here, and that's why he falls in the second. In terms of that one's hip and high leg and just how that one gets out in order he's doing, I just need to see that one maybe just that shape was stouter in terms of foot and bone, while still being able to use that front shoulder. That one gets a little too straight up front, while still doing that one just how that one's head and neck ties on the top side of the shoulder, where unlike the red one that goes ahead and wins. But a really nice pair to go ahead and be 1-2 there. Congratulations to our exhibitors. The young ladies, Mike Cross said that comes here and going to be third. I think the center third of that one's skeleton is neat. That one is opened up and definitely it's got some just overall shape and power, but it's off of either end. They want to go ahead and fix that one, especially the front third. That one just gets a little cold with the base of the shoulder, gets a little just chalked up in terms of how that one's head and neck and jowling, just aligned there with the skeleton. And every once in a while, that one's right hind leg just kind of wants to stab and get a little outside of the skeleton, but a really powerful one there that can go ahead and be third. The other one's one that's going to come here and be next, I think. Excuse me. Is going to come here and be next. I think follows the typing kind of our third place one almost to the T. I think when you look how that one's shoulder and neck attachment is, you get a little lower time, a little boulder at the base of his shoulder, her shoulder, excuse me. But I think you really have to appreciate how that one's center third and just how opened up and square it is on the top side of the shoulder. If we could just make it out a little bit of squareness to hip and just make that one a little cleaner and easier, we can definitely get that one moved up. Young man's spot. Young man's spot that comes out next. You really have to appreciate just how that one's brand and the length of spine and just overall transition that that young man's real fast. But in terms of just muscle shape, that one's where that one falls. I think to run with them crosses and whatnot, they're just not as overall as powerful and just overall skeleton lift there. But a really stout deal here for this young man to help really get to go this way. Congratulations to him. Young ladies, one that comes up next is Gilta. I think is also just like the one Rusty had. He just gets a little bold in terms of his shoulder. Maybe doesn't want to just tie and just neat and as high as I'd like to see. And maybe just doesn't have that underlying progression over. I think that one was maybe a little fuller today in terms of just his overall center third of his body. I think it was a little more real, just overall powerfulness in terms of his skeletal build. That would be able to move up, but a really nice profile, longer spine, neat looking one from the side pin going down. Here's a little bit more terminal barrel that comes up next. I think in terms of how that one's just put together. Maybe just a little shorter stature, a little softer front-footed one. If we could just make that one a little taller, higher time, but as well just keep all that mass and shape and power that one does have. You get behind that one and he's so bold about his rib and so bold about how much shape he's got up high. I just think that one better moving, a little bit just better in terms of his front third and just give some more overall growing extension to go ahead and run up higher. The other man's red gilt that comes out next. I think that is a higher time, higher shoulder one in terms of length of cannon and just overall height of shoulder. If what you get in behind this one, she just doesn't have enough to it. I think that, if you could just see this one in maybe 30 days, I think you'd be able to see a lot more of her. I think she might be mature, and that maturity pattern is going to do her justice. But unfortunately today, there's just not enough there. The young man's belted barrel that comes out next. Remember, he's just a little straight off his hind leg, a little straight on how his shoulder lays in. And he just doesn't want to use his hip and hind leg to the most that I think he maybe could, just be a little tight. But you just have to appreciate for how big he is and just how much shape that one carries to the top side of his skeleton. A really nice class. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these exhibitors for bringing out one set. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winners of Market Hog Class number 6. First blue, Maura Ewings of the Prairie Hustlers. Second blue, Miles Wilson, Countrysiders. Third blue, Emma Sting, Marquette Peacemakers. First red, Nolan Wilker, Doyle Juniors. Second red, Blake Trumanson, Northern Lights. Third red, Natalie Ellison, Countrysiders. First white, Lillian Harmon, Countrysiders. Second white, Callan Ewing of the Prairie Hustlers. And third white, Andrew Stafford, Vermilion Hoosiers. In the ring right now, we have our Market Hog Class number 7. Those individuals include Usher Zimmerman, Bryson Waring, Jarrett Murrow, Lillian Harmon, Chloe Matesky, Alex Schubel, Nolan Ewings, Sawyer Wilbur, and Isaac Mickelson. The next group would be our group that will be on deck. So that would include Riley Peterson, Bryson Waring, Charlotte Wilder, Chloe Matesky, Chet Hargrave, Malcolm Dempsey, Olivia Wilker, Sean Hilton, Caleb Duncan, Emily Dumpke, and Hayden Fulton.
really neat top trio, and I think all three gentlemen out here did a great job showing off their barrels. I think it's definitely a little bit of back and forth in terms of maybe one's going to go ahead and get that top nod, but the young man's barrel directly here in front of me is going to go ahead and do it. I think that one, just in terms of just overall shape and power, but yet still be neat enough up through that front third while still having a hind leg that can get out and move. Is an awfully neat place to go ahead and have. In terms of that one, just creasy shape on the back side of the shoulder, and still being able to have some lower slices. It is just a nice place to go ahead and be a nice one to go ahead and learn about. So congratulations to him. The other man's all white there is going to go ahead and be second in this one. I think that one follows our class winner in terms of his type and his time. He's a scout player, really good. He's a movement type of one. The issue I have with him is he's just not tall enough at the point of his shoulder. He's just not overall enough growth there. I think, he gets a little soft on his front feet when he sits out and moves. But a really neat one from his two-thirds and rear two-thirds in terms of his hip and hind leg and how much power he has up through the back of his shoulder. The young man's belting barrel that's going to come here and be third. Initially I had him up a little higher, but as he just kept going, he maybe just wanted to kind of fall apart at the base of his shoulder and how he wanted to tie his head and neck up out of there. I think in terms of just overall pain and just overall shape, when we get it directly behind that one, is all things to go ahead and see. So congratulations to that young man. The young man's next one, all black one that comes out here next. Maybe like Bill, maybe just doesn't want to fully be in the ring today. He's a little hot, a little tired. But the young man's sticking with it, doing a great job getting that one grow. I think that one just balances from the side. Is she extreme in any one facet? No. But I think it's just overall quality from front to rear, from top to bottom. That is a neat one. He's got some underline progression, some shape up high. While still being good enough out of hip and leg. This is have some of the EXTs that the three directly had on the guys. Young man's barrel that comes out next, is a shapely, powerful type of one that's got an awesome pin and just overall skeletal width. That one, though, just falls apart in terms of his hind leg and how he wants to move. He gets outside of his skeleton with his hind leg, wants to get a little too far forward and is reaching a step. But one that I think you just have to really appreciate the cuttability, the amount of power and shape that one brings, and young man does a great job. A little bit more tubular in this one design that comes out here next is black-headed one. I think in terms of just length of spine, and maybe just has an extra rib in terms of what I like to see, but I think, it's got some full rib change that I think you should work on, but one that just is so neat in terms of his length of spine and just how that one profiles. There's not enough of that one, especially the two directly ahead of it that is so powerful. That one just lacks in just overall width, shape, and power to go ahead and wrap any high. The other man that comes in next, I think, you have to appreciate for how that one is center third of it with skeleton. I want to change that one over his hip and hind leg, square it up, make him a little bit cleaner and easier. He wants to do a little short stepping, a little choppy, a little closed up there at the base of the ground. He can pop that one open, make it better moving. The one that's just got a center third that will do definitely wrong with the ones ahead of him. The young man's blue barrel, that comes in next, I think, has that shape, has that power, but now his third one is just how that one's transition. That one's fine, just wants to get a little too lax, and then in turn, that maybe wants to get a little broken in his spine in terms of his loin, and then just don't maybe the track is square where I can see, but one that's got some shape, got some bone, got some foot power, we just make him better on his spine and not do his hip. Then we'll go ahead and round out with the young gals barrel that comes out here next. Maybe this one just gets a little playing a little conventional in terms of that one skeletal build. Just a really practical type of one in terms of just that one's muscle. Just so you see that one's stouter, square, and just a little bit more overall ring presence to run with the ones ahead of it. But a really nice setup in this class. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these exhibitors to bring in ISET and do a great job. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winners of market class number 7. Our winner is Bryson Warren of the Doyle Juniors. Second blue, Sawyer Wilker of the Doyle Juniors. Third blue, Nolan Ewing, First white, Isaac Nicholson, Country Siders. Second white, Country Bitterman, Marquette Fingers. And third white, Chloe Chesky of the Country Fingers. Coming into the ring right now is our Market Podcast number 8. So that's coming through Riley Peterson, Tyson Rearing, Charlotte Wilder, Chloe Matesky, Chad Parker, Melvin Zemke, Olivia Wilder, Sean Bolton, Caleb Duncan, Emily Zemke, and Susan. The next group I'm going to share with you the people that are on deck. So on deck for class 9 would be Briella Gorman, Tyler Green, Nicholas Wells, Alex Schubel, Michaela Forward, Olivia Wilder, Sawyer Wilder, Hudson Jacobson, Miles Colton, and Sophie Singh.
We got 5 left out here in this class, and I'll go ahead and talk through them. I think the young man in the blue shirt on the far side over there brought one to play today, and I think once that young man gets that one driving, that is an awfully neat one to go ahead and lay your eyes on. The young man does a great job getting that one's head up and driving at a consistent pace, and just presented to a high degree. That one's spinning very great. In terms of just that actual hog himself, I think that's a tall shoulder, good looking one. When you get your, when you get behind it, there's plenty of shape and also kind of like track square and pretty easy. Just a really neat place to go ahead and land. Congratulations to that young man. The one that's going to go ahead and be 2 is the one directly in front of me on the far side there. That's just a really complete one. I don't think there's a ton of holes to go ahead and take in that one, and there's just not a lot of VXTs in terms of maybe the extra that it brings, but just in terms of balance and structure, that one's progression is great. He's got plenty of shape on the top side of his skeleton. His pin is big, and he's got tons of just lower stifle shape. Just a really neat one to go ahead and be second in a nice pair on the top side of his class. Young man with the large belt here directly in front of me is going to go ahead and be 3. Maybe that one is an outlier in terms of just a couple areas. If we get that one flanked lower, we got 2 kind of set in, and we can see that one a little fuller here today. It might be a little different, but I think that one's got tons of shape. And, you look at that one's lower stifle and cheek shape, that one's got tons of it. We need to make that one a little prettier and easier out of her spine, and when she sets out and moves, make her head tie a little higher and how she holds her head carriage. But a really neat one to go ahead and be third. Spin here on that one's awesome. That man's done a great job getting that one showing to a high degree here today. Congratulations to him. The all-white one is going to go ahead and be 4. I think, that one kind of follows in terms of some of the things. The second place in this class did just a really complete type of one that's maybe hard to pick a ton of holes in, but, maybe you could scout that one out, make it a little bit more trendy in terms of its front third, but a really nice shapely one that maybe just has couple different things that you could switch in terms of feet and lines or bone or whatnot, but I think a really complete balanced one to go ahead and in the 4th spot. Young lady there in the pink shirt with the belted Barron is going to come here and be 5. I think, you look at that one and that's her shapely, that's her ready to go today one. She brings her foot in the fair and does a great job getting that one shown. I just need to see more of that one. Maybe a little past his prime, maybe. You could argue a little bit, but, one I think is ready to go. Just in terms of just that one center third, what I'd like to see just how that one's head carriage and that one ties to his front shoulder a little bit better, absolutely. But I think, the young lady's doing a great job. She's got her hog ready to go today, and it's going to do a very good thing. So congratulations to her. The other man down the road here that maybe didn't want to cooperate is Marcus Lee. I think today, one that is absolutely awesome in terms of the strength and how that one's forward sizing. I just need to see more of that. You get it behind him, and he's just maybe not as bold and open up in terms of the shape and his overall skeleton width compared to some of the other ones that we've seen here in this class today. One I think we certainly appreciate for the attributes he does bring to the table. Obviously, see more of that one maybe 20 to 30 days down the road. The spotted up one here that comes in next, I think, maybe the same kind of attributes as the one that has, maybe not as wild in terms of the underline and how that one's forward ties in, but awesome shape, awesome power, and just overall opinion of the skeletal width on that one. I was going to make this pretty easy. I was hitting square him up, as he does want to kind of get a little bit underneath himself when he sets out in motion, maybe how that one's shoulder as well. But a really nice one that's got tons of power, overall cutability, and a nice project for that one job. The one that comes out next, I think, we're along the strong type of female. If we could see just some more overall flank, more rear depth on that one, I think that would just change the balance of how this one's put together. Everything lights are good and how she uses her hind leg. But I just want to see more of that one. More center third, maybe just make that one a little higher tie on the top side of her shoulder to get her head moved up. But a really powerful, looking one from the side. Congratulations to her. Young man's blue up there that comes out here next. Maybe just a little bit more conventional in terms of how that one's skeletal is built. A little shorter from neck to leg. Gets a little just overall bowl at the base of your shoulder. Maybe doesn't have as much overall extension. Maybe wants to kind of break the spine ever so slightly. But one I think you have to really appreciate. But when you get it behind that one, his pin is big and there's tons of overall width in the skeleton. We just need to make that one become better in terms of the spine, maybe a little bit more overall size, maybe as well to kind of fit for how much power he's got. And then the young gals, we can let the next ones out as well. The young gals, Barron here that comes out, maybe just a little longer spine, maybe doesn't have that overall skeletal, just width and power that some of the ones ahead. I think another thing on that one is this overall underline. I think, if we can get some more flank and more depth feel a little forward here today, we can move that one up. Same thing with the young man that's going to come out here next. I think, there's a longer spine, a little longer profile too, and just maybe a little tighter together in terms of how that one's put together. We can just see some more overall just pounds put on this one. And for how big its structure is, you need some more power and shape to go ahead and run with the ones directly we have. Let's put our hands together for these kids. They're doing a great job bringing an awesome set of kids out. Congratulations.
Hi everybody, I am Ellen Briggs. I'm your 2025 Fair Southern Fair, and welcome. Hi, my name is Ellen Briggs. I'm 2026 Fair Southern Fair candidate. I'd like to share the winners from class number 8. So first blue went to Chet Hargrave of Columbia Livewires. Second blue to Emily Zemke, Clayton FFA. Third blue to Sean Bolton of the Countrysiders. Fourth blue, Olivia Wilbur, Doyle Jr. First red, Peyton Bolton of the Countrysiders. Second red, Caleb Duncan of the Countrysiders. Third red, Charlotte Wilder of the Doyle Juniors. Fourth red, Chloe Mosensky of Country Kids. First white, Bryson Waring of the Doyle Juniors. Second white, Riley Peterson for William Cruisers. And third white, Malcolm Semke of Country Kids. In the room right now, we have our 9th Market Hog class. So that includes Briella Millerman, Kyle Waring, Nicholas Wells, Alex Schubert, Michaela Stover, Olivia Wilbur, Sawyer Wilbur, Hudson Jenkinson, Miles Bolton, and Sylvia Spain. Following this class is our final market class. It will be class number 10. So the next group that I'm going to list, they are on deck. So we'll have Brianna Wells' 2 kids, Briella Millerman, Mason Platt, Alice White, Hayden Bolton, Sean Bolton, Isaac Mickelson, Peyton Bolton, Mateo De La Torre, and that would include those that are on deck. Now, just kind of a heads up as far as what's coming next. After we do that market class, we're going to bring out into the ring our first blue from each of the 10 sale-eligible market classes. So we're going to have all the first blues out in the ring, all 10 of them. Our judge will pick the champion. From whatever class that champion came out of, we're going to bring in the second blue, so we still have 10 hogs in the ring. And just kind of a side note that all the second booths will be in the holding area or on deck area so that we can keep that running smoothly. And then we will name the reserve champion. After that, we'll do a little break because we need to figure out which of your hogs, if you have multiple sale eligible market hogs, are going to be going out for live break. So we'll have a little break where you'll be able to come into the show ring and let Mr. Richter know which one you're planning on showing.
interesting class here that drops in next. I think, the one that goes ahead and surfaces for the top for me is the young gals there directly in front of me. I think that one just kind of puts the most pieces together. Is this one perfect in my mind? I don't think so, but I think it does bring the most overall pieces here to the table for me. So, when you study that one from the side, it's so neat about how that one's forward, the chest sets into that one's skeleton, and just how bold it is on the top side of the shoulder. And that's just where that one's going to go ahead and land. The young gal's all white Barron on the fence over there is going to go ahead and be second. I think that one follows our class winner to the best of its ability. That one is just opened up and just has so much shape down to the top side of its body, while still being good enough out of her hip and hind leg. Is she the most exotic in terms of her front third? I don't think so, but I think it's good enough here today, just because of how her rear two-thirds of her skeleton are put together, just how that one's underline flows and how that one's forward and underline attaches up into the center portion of its body, while still being full enough and having enough overall rib and just overall capacity to go ahead and fall second. The young man's belted Barron that's going to come here in third. I originally had this one up a little higher just because of how this one's center third of his body is put together, but then as he kept on going, his hind leg just really built quite like how I like to see him. I think as you study that left rear leg, he wants to get outside of himself, do a shoulder step in, maybe just doesn't have an overall flex and angularity, that hop, as I'd like to see. But you really have to appreciate for how that one's front third is put together. He's so high tying while still being good with his underline and how his forward attaches up into the bottom side of his chest and into his sternum. Just a really neat one to go third. The young gal's all white one there on the other side of the fence is going to come ahead and go and be fourth. I think that Barron brings some interesting pieces. I mean, he just doesn't have all the extra power and the shape that the three directly have or have, but you really have to appreciate for how exotic that one is in terms of its front third and how that one's shoulder lays in. Is she perfect on the back side of the shoulder? No, and I think that's where I'm aware for me here today is what put her in the fourth hole. She just needs to be smoother in her transitions and smoother about how she ties from the top side of the shoulder into her back and how it ties up through her loin. But a really neat top four. The one that's going to come here in five, I think, follows that one almost to a T in terms of how I like to change around from the top side of her shoulder into her spine. Just make her a little more free, easy, and how that one can get out and move. She's just a little restricted, and I think that's probably her biggest downfall. But you look at how that one's just underline progression is from front to rear, how much shape she has on the top side of the shoulder. That's a neat one to go five. Congratulations to her. The young man's one that comes up next is maybe a little bit more, just a little more plainer in terms of that one's EXCs, but you really have to appreciate just the overall build and design of that one. Maybe doesn't have, how that one's forward. The chest maybe ties in isn't perfect, but man, there's so much pinwidth, so much lower cheek shape and just stifle to really bring some overall power and muscle and credibility to the table. You can make that one a little bit freer because you are hip and hind leg to go ahead and move any higher. The young man's York appearing Barron, who comes next, I think, follows the one directly ahead of it, almost to a T as well. I just need to see that one more flexible, a little more angularity on both sides of the skeleton. Gets a little straight up front, gets a little straight off front. His hind leg, excuse me, but a neat chested, kind of ribbed Barron to fall next. The young man's all white one that comes out next, so that's a stout-footed creature in terms of his overall ball and stoutness and feature. I need to change that one about how he uses his shoulder. He doesn't want to be able to get out and move and be able to overall just grab another gear and go. And how that one's head ties into his overall skeleton. I want to just lift it up and make it a little taller shoulder, but a little more neater about how he overall uses his front shoulder as well. And then the young man's Barron that comes up next, maybe just a little bit plainer in his design. Tons of shape and power, big pig, and just overall skeletal width through the center third of the skeleton. Just to make that one neater in terms of his angles, neater in terms of his build, and just have that shoulder presence that some of the other ones had in this class. Then the one that we're going to go ahead and round out with is one that we really wish we could have seen 20 to 30 days ago. I think this one maybe just a little past his prime in terms of overall condition. But one, you really have to appreciate for how opened up in the center third of his body is. You know, you get him behind him, he's so robust and so big. I just need to see him square and just build into the skeleton, but as well maybe a little turnaround that was just a little overdone here today. But a nice set of hogs for these kids. Let's go ahead and put our hands together and show our appreciation for them working hard. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winners of Class 9. First blue is Sophie Stang of Marquette Peacemakers. Second blue, Olivia Wilker, Doyle Juniors. Third blue, Miles Holton, Countrysiders. Fourth blue, Briella Millerman, Countrysiders. First red, Michaela Stover, Cameron FFA. Second red, Hudson Jenkinson, Kids from Cameron. Third red, Sawyer Wilbur, Doyle Juniors. First white, Kyler Wearing of the Doyle Juniors. Second white, Nicholas Wells for William Cruisers. And third white, Alex Schubel of the Kids from Cameron. In the ring right now is our final market class. This is market class number 10. So up here in the ring we have two of Brianna Wells Fox. We have Briella Millerman, Mason Platt, Alice White, Cadence Holton, Sean Holton, Isaac Mickelson, Peyton Holton, and Mateo De La Torre. And next up, we're actually going to be doing our champion and our reserve champion. So what we'll be doing is we're going to be bringing out the top individuals from each of the 10 market top classes. So they're going to be in the ring. They are welcome to start making their way to the on-deck area. And then following that, we also want to have our second blue getting ready because they're going to need to be our next group on deck for that individual to go in after that champion is named. So I want to list all of the first blues so far. Obviously, first blue from class 10 is still being decided, but from class 1, the first blue of Briella Millerman. From class 2, first blue of Daniel Worth. From class 3, first blue, Cadence Holden. Class 4, first blue, Daniel Worth. Class 5, first blue is Emma Stain. Class 6, Laura Dean. Class 7, Bryson Wearing. Class 8, Chet Hargrave. Class 9, Sophie Singh, and obviously Class 10 is still being decided. And then as we shared before, once we have our champion and our reserve champion named, we're going to have a little bit of a break, and exhibitors will be able to come into the ring and let Mr. Richter know which one they're picking to bring out for live ring. But in addition to that, be prepared to share with him which ones you're not taking, so we can cross those out to make our live ring as smooth as possible.
Such a neat pair on the top side of this class. And both these exhibitors should be commended for driving the absolute wheels off these things. I think as I work down with these two golfing ecstatics, I think both of them bring so much to the table in terms of quality and balance and all the things. But I go ahead and land on the young lady in the pinks here to go ahead and win this class. I think in terms of just overall balance and shape and power, but still being good enough looking, that's where that one goes ahead and wins. You got to appreciate for how big in terms she is the backside of her shoulder and how big of a ditch she's got running down her back. And you work into her hip behind leg, and I think that's really what kind of set it apart for me. Is she's better in terms of squareness, she's better in terms of how she utilizes her hind leg, and frankly, she's just stout at the base of the ground, able to use it to her advantage. So congratulations to that exhibitor and that one. That's a neat one. The young man that comes here in second with the belted gilt, that one skin here is incredible. That young man's done a great job bringing highly presented ones today. I think this one kind of hit the ring, and this is where I originally thought I was going to go ahead and land, because I think this one is super, super neat in terms of how that's supposed to put together in its front third, while still being so big and bold through the center third of the skeleton. I think where maybe she just falls a little short for me is the way she wants to use her hind leg, maybe not stout enough and overall bold enough at the base of the ground compared to the one directly ahead of her. Excuse me. But a really neat pair. Congratulations to both of them for bringing a nice set. The young gal Barron that's going to come here in third, the belted one directly in front. I think that one just follows the type and kind compared to 1 and 2. I think maybe a little shorter stature, a little shorter in terms of the spine length, maybe a little bit more restricted in terms of his hip and hind leg and how he's able to use it. But you have to appreciate for how much shape and pain and just overall power that one brings. You step in behind that one, and he is so cracked open and it's so just opened up at the base of the ground. That's a neat one to go ahead and be third. The young man's red medal that comes here in 4. I think if you could change a couple things, I think this one would be awfully intriguing. I want to square him up on the top side of his hip, make him a little bit more comfortable in the way that he uses his hind leg, especially that left rear leg. I want to get a little too far reaching on that one, and maybe not be as smooth as he wants there. Maybe he's a little overdone through his front third, but his head attachment's high, he's tall shouldered, he's really neat in terms of his forward and how he overall attaches to the center third of that from his forward into the center portion of his cage. Just a really neat red barrel to go ahead and forward, excuse me. The one that comes out in fifth, almost identical in terms of the description I'm going to give on this one. That one's front 2/3 is awfully neat to how that one transitions. It's from its head into its shoulder into its center cage. My problem with that one is his hip. He wants to get too pointy on the top side of his hip. I need to flatten it, square it up, and make it overall more powerful. He's just a little too pointy, a little too loud, and just not squared up there on the top side of his hip. But man, that front 2/3 on that barrel is awfully neat. Young man brings out a neat one here in 5. I think for that one's skeletal build and how big that one is, I think that one's brought to the table in terms of weight almost perfect. That's a larger frame one that needed some extra power, some extra overall just power to product, excuse me. And I think he did it well. And I think he studied that one center third, and that one's progressive underline from front to rear has always gotten better. And I think as you study that one, she's sound and she's good enough moving. Maybe just enough EXTs that the ones directly ahead of her has. But congratulations to that one exhibitor. The one that comes out next, I think is one that you really have to appreciate for length of spine and squareness of hip. That's how that one's shoulder and head attachment is where I need to fix that one. Gets a little too bold at the base of the shoulder, wants to time it a little too low. Maybe stop that one up, and that one's got some power up high, got some length of spine, and overall down to the center third of the skeleton. That man brings out another belted one here, and I think we can almost read that one identical to the one directly ahead of it. Maybe just doesn't have as much power and squareness and stoutness as that one, but I think you have to appreciate for how square he is on the top side of the shoulder, how good he is in terms of his just center third of his body. I just need to make him stouter at the base of the ground, square out of his hip, to run with the one directly ahead. We can drop off both of them here. The ones that we're going to go ahead and round out are hopefully very similar type of kind. You're just a little more conventional in terms of their build. They got some stoutness of bone, stoutness of feature, or maybe just a little overdone, I think, in terms of how they're put together. When they're a little longer, strong, a little bigger framed ones, but just maybe a little too crisp on the top side, maybe a little bit smoother, a little bit more overall trim in terms of how the front thirds put together, but a really nice set here. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these kids. They're working their tails off. A lot of good set. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winner of market class number 10. First blue to Peyton Holton of the Countrysiders. Second blue to Sean Holton of the Countrysiders. Third blue, Peyton Holton, Countrysiders. The fourth blue, Mateo De La Torre from the Barron FFA. First red, Briella Millerman of the Countrysiders. Second red, Mason Platt, Hoskins Jets. Third red, Isaac Nicholson of the Countrysiders. First white, Alice White, Echo Dallas. And second and third white to Brianna Wells of the Vermont Cruisers. So next up in the ring here, we're going to be bringing in the first place from each of the 10 market hog classes. So the following people to make their way into the ring. So we'll have Briella Millerman, Daniel Worth with his number 2 hog, Peyton Fulton in class 3. In class 4, we've got Daniel Worth. Class 5, Emma Stain. Class 6, Nora Ewings. Class 7, Bryson Wearing. Class 8, Chet Hargrave. Class 9, Sophie Sting. And then for class 10, we're going to have Peyton Fulton. So those individuals are going to be coming in a ring for the champion drive. Now, we want our second blues on deck. Because once they name the champion, we need blue in that second place. So on deck, as far as our second blues, we have from class 1, Hudson Jacobson. From class 2, Caleb Germanson. From class 3, William Hovland. From class 4, Charlotte Wilder. Class 5, Michaela Stover. Class 6, Miles Fulton. Class 7, Sawyer Wilker. Class 8, Emily Lepke. Class 9, Olivia Wilder. And then class 10, Sean Fulton. I want to direct your attention to the back of the program, and we are very thankful to have a lot of sponsors over the years that have stepped up to help provide awards for our youth. And definitely take some time to look at that program. For the live right champion, as far as the awards that are going to go to that individual, Costume Feed Store or Costume will be sponsored of the award or plaque. We have banners sponsored by Steve and Deborah Steering. Stokes Show Pigs in the Rosette. For Reserve Champion Live, there's the Dale Lake Memorial, the Sandra Lake and family that provided the plaque award. And then once again, the banners, Steve and Deborah Steering, Stokes Show Pigs in the Rosette. So definitely thank you to those sponsors. a reminder, we are talking about all this amazing awards. Once our champion and reserve champion Hawks are named, we would like to have a picture with you and your kid and your award by your wonderful backdrop on the south end of the ring. And so we're going to go through this door over here. Oh, yeah. All right. Here with Mr. Herman. So you're going to go through that door and we're going to get a picture after that.
Kids being shut down for a minute. Let's go ahead and put our hands together here for these kids and these exhibitors who bring our awesome set today. Just want to take a second and thank the ring help today. You guys have been great, making the show go on great, and obviously we still got some more stuff to do, but it makes my job easier. We can keep on rolling and just get these pigs down here before it gets too hot today. So thank you guys for that. I appreciate it. And hopefully everyone ringside has been able to kind of see the type of account that I've gravitated towards today. And if you haven't been able to be ringside most today, these things got to be good looking, they got to be balanced, they got to be good skin and hair, they got to be able to get on motor, move, and use their hind leg and their front leg accordingly, and track square, and they got to be able to sit down on a good set of feet and legs while still bringing enough power and shape and muscle to the table. And I think I found we have our 10 class winners out here. We got our 10 class second places in the holding ring there. We'll drop out our second place out of the champions class and evaluate that one. But I'm very happy with the one that we got out here. I think these kids have done a great job, and the kids that are back in the barn have done a great job as well. And I think I was up here a couple of years ago. I did you guys a big show, and I think it's only gotten better, which is a testament to you guys' E-County Livestock Program and the individuals that you guys helping out with this, and the kids. I think, between whether it's their families or the breeders or whoever you guys are helping, take a second, say thank you. It means a lot. Obviously, I'm very fortunate, and I get to work with a great set of kids back home, and we do this thing for fun, because it's about raising these kids, right? There's not a better place to have our kids get raised. I came up through this program, had an absolute blast, loved doing it, and now I'm able to give back to the kids that we are able to be fortunate to work with. So, kids, enjoy every minute of this. When it's done, and hopefully you can stay involved. But you only got so many chances at this. So take it for granted. Enjoy every second of it. Thank the people that helped you get here, because they put in a lot of time and effort to go ahead and do this. So let's get these things fired up. I'll go and get your champion reserve. Thanks for having me today. Appreciate it. And we'll get your champion reserve. Congratulations, everybody.
Our champion was Daniel Worth. And Daniel, his hog, he had 2 hogs out there, but his hog was coming out of class number 2. So for our reserve champion out here, we should have brought up Caleb Jorgensen, which is in here, and then from class 4, we have So we're going to have Charlotte Roller come here because Daniel had 2 first place ones, so his other one had to be taken out. Because you can only have 1 in live rank, so we're going to bring Charlotte out here. And these are our 10 pigs that are going to be considered for reserve champion.
That champion, I think it was just in terms of that one build, design, and balance from the side. He was still pretty easy moving in terms of how he used his hip and hind leg. I love that one in class. He got back out here and looked just as good, if not better. And I thought that was an easy place to go ahead and land. There is one out here as we dropped out our seconds, and we still have our other first place out here. I think that there was one that's just a logical place to go ahead and be reserved. I like this one when it was in class, and she got this one came back out, and I think it just looked as good as she did in class. I think this one was so bold in terms of its muscle shape, so bold in terms of its talent as a feature, while still being able to get out and move on a good set of feet and legs. I'll go show you reserve. Let's put our hands together for our champion as well as our reserve. Congratulations.
Our reserve champion, we're going to hold off on, we're good. Reserve champion is welcome to go back for a picture, and that was Peyton Bolton of the Countrysiders, and that was with her hog from class 10. So first place from class 10, that is our reserve champion hog. Congratulations. All right, so we're ready for live break, but we're going to take a break first so we can get ready. So for how this is going to work is if you were an exhibitor that you had more than 1 pig that was sale eligible, we need to know which one or one you're taking out for live rank. You only just pick one, and which one or ones you are not. So be prepared to share. If you know the class number, that's going to help out a lot. So Mr. Richard can raise his hand. He's in the middle. And we need a representative from each exhibitor to come up to share that information. So be ready to share once again which one you're taking, but then also which one or ones you are not taking. And once we get all of that information together, we will begin with our live rank. How it works is we have 10 classes. So we're going to be bringing out our top ones remaining from each of those 10 classes. Okay? So we're going to have 10 hogs out in the ring, and we're going to rank them. We're guaranteed to have 40 spots in the sale, and sometimes we have more depending on numbers for the other species. We're guaranteed 40 spots. So what will happen is we're going to rank those out. And once again, once one is taken out of the ring, say it was from class 1, we're going to have the next person from class 1 coming in the ring. Okay? So we'll do our best to keep things manageable. But right now, our best bet to keep things smooth is to let Mr. Ritter know which pig you're taking. So right in the middle of the shoulder. Right, well, Mr. Richter is giving those numbers, and I need your help here. So I've been using the mic that works best is the one with the cord, but that's not going to work too well as I'm following people around. So we're going to test some things with the cordless. And so I need lots of, like, thumbs up if you can hear, and I will adjust things and we're going to see if we can make it work. Okay, testing. Testing. Better. This is better. This is better. Testing. Is there somebody in the barn that can verify you can hear me? Because that's going to be really important. You got thumbs up. And if at any point during live break you are not hearing the mic, make sure you let us know because you need to be able to hear the mic. So this is the right system. So big shout out. We had some coolers that were brought in, and we had some water and ice that was donated by our exhibitor families just to make sure we've got extra water on hand. So huge shout out for those people that are helping making the heat a little bit more comfortable. So thank you. Can you still hear this okay? Alright, this is kind of final call. If you haven't told Mr. Richter who you're showing and who you're not showing, this is your chance to come on in. So for everybody that's bringing out their hog for live drink, you need to know which one you're bringing out and which ones you're not bringing out. How's your mic? Okay, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to start out by sharing who is going to be starting out in the ring, and then who we need to have on deck for each class. So we're going to start this class by class, who's going to be in the ring and who is going to be on deck. So for that class 1, in the ring is going to be Hudson Jimkinson. And then on deck is going to be Dane Stowborough. That was class 1. For class 2, in the ring we're going to have Caleb Germanson. And then on deck we're going to have Isaac Duncan for class 2. Class 3, in the ring will be Cadence Colton, and on deck is going to be William Hovland. Class 4, in the ring, Charlotte Wilder. On deck, Callie Stokes. Class 5, in the ring, Emma Stain. And then on deck would be Michaela Stover. Class 6, in the ring, Maura Ewings. And on deck, Miles Fulton. Class number 7, in the ring, Bryson Waring. On deck, Sawyer Wilder. Class number 8, in the ring, Chet Hargrave. And on deck, Emily Zemke. In the ring for class 9 would be Sophie Stain, and on deck, Olivia Wilder. And finally for class 10, in the ring would be Sean Holton, and on deck would be Mateo De La Maria. All right, number 3 was Chet Hargrave, and he was coming out of class 8. So coming in next from class 8, we're going to have Emily Zemke, and then on deck for class 8, Caleb Duncan is going to be on deck for class 8. Number 4 is Sean Holton, and he is coming out of class 10. So in the ring next from class 10 would be Mateo De La Torre, and then on deck for class 10 would be Mason class. Number 5, Cadence Colton. So Cadence is coming out of class 3, which means we're going to be bringing in Will Hubland. And then on deck from class 3 would be Tyler Barron. Number 6, Emma Stain. And Emma is coming out of class 5, which means that we're going to need Michaela Stolburn in the ring and next. So come on in, Michaela. And then on deck for class 5 is Jesse Olson. Number 7 is Nora Ewings. Nora is coming out of class 6, which means next in the ring for class 6 is Miles Colton. On deck for class 6 would be Blake Jorgensen. My apologies. Blake, you don't have to come out quite yet into the holding area. So for class 6, on deck would be Nolan Wilder. On deck for class 6, Nolan Wilder. Number 8, Sophie Stain. And Sophie is coming out of class 9, which means next in the ring will be Olivia Wilder. On deck for class 9 would be Briella Millerman. Number 9 is Will Hovland. Will Todd is coming out of class number 30. So in the ring next for class 3, we need Tyler Barron. And then on deck for class 3, we need Cheyenne Matthews. Number 10, we have Emily Zemke. Emily is coming out of class number 8. In the ring next from class number 8, we need Caleb Duncan. And then on deck for class number 8 would be Chloe Matetsky. So number 11 is Michaela Golden. Michaela is coming out of class 5. The next representative for class 5 would be Jessie Olson. And then on deck for class 5, Allie Hargrave. Number 12 is Miles Shelton. Miles is coming out of class 6. So in the ring next would be Nolan Wilder for class 6. And then on deck for class 6, we're going to need Blake Burlington. Number 13 is Bryson Barron. And Bryson is coming out of class 7, which means that in the ring next we will need Sawyer Wilder. And then on deck for class 7 will be Nolan Mullins. Number 14 was Caleb Germanson. And Caleb is coming out of class 2. So coming in for the next, we need Isaac Duncan for class 2. And then on deck for class 2, Tom Ewing. Number 15, Caleb Duncan. So Caleb is coming out of class 8, which means we need Chloe Mateski in next. And then on deck for class 8 would be Malcolm Zemke. So number 16 is Isaac Duncan. Isaac is coming out of class 2, which means that in the ring next we need Callan Ewings. On deck, Wagner Wilbur. Number 17, Sawyer Wilbur. Sawyer is coming out of class 7, which means we need Nolan Ewings in the ring next. And then on deck for class 7 would be Jarrett Burrow. Number 18 is Olivia Wilbur. Olivia is coming out of class 9, which means in the ring next we need Briella Millerman. And then on deck would be Nicholas Wells. Number 19 is Hudson Jenkinson. Hudson is coming out of class 1, which means we need Dane Stowborough out in the ring next from Class 1. And then on deck for Class 1 would be Molly Peterson. Number 20 is Tyler Barron. Tyler is coming out of Class 3. So we need Cheyenne Matthews in the ring next from Class 3. On deck from Class 3 would be Allie Olson. Number 21, Nolan Ewings. Nolan is coming out of Class 7, which means in the ring now we need Garrett Murrow, and then on deck would be Alex Schubel. Number 22 is Jarrett Murrow, and Jarrett is coming out of Class 7, which means we need Alex Schubel in the ring right now. And then on deck would be Hunter Zimmerman. So number 23 is Jesse Olson. Jesse's coming out of Class 5, which means in the ring we need Holly Hargrave, and then on deck for Class 5 would be Carter Zimmerman. Number 24, Charlotte Wilbur. Charlotte's coming out of class 4. So that means that in the ring next, we're going to need Callie Stokes. And then on deck would be Kennedy Drost. Number 25, Mateo Del Torre. And Mateo is coming out of class 10. So next in the ring is Mason Platt. And then on deck from class 10 would be Isaac Nicholson. So number 26 is Callie Stokes. Callie's coming out of class 4. So next in the ring for class 4, we need Kennedy Drost. And on deck being Ellis White. Briella Millerman. And Briella's coming out of class 9. Which means we need Nicholas Wells in the ring. There will not be anyone on deck for that class. So number 28 is Holly Hargrave. Holly is coming out of class 5. So in the ring right now, we need Carter Zimmerman. And then on deck for class 5, we'll need Riley Peterson. Is Alec Schubel. Alec is coming out of class 7. So in the ring next, we'll need Hunter Zimmerman, and we have no one on deck for class 7. So for number 30, we have Callan Ewings. Callan is coming out of class 2, which means in the ring next we need Wagner Wilbur. And then on deck for class 2, we need Justin Olson. Number 31, Dane Stolborough. Dane is coming out of class 1. So in the ring next, we need Molly Pearson. On deck, Chesley Doman. Number 32, we have Wagner Wilbur. And Wagner is coming out of class 2. So in the ring next, we need Justin Olson. And then on deck for class 2, we need Corey Ross. Number 33, Cheyenne Matthews. Cheyenne is coming out of class 3. On deck for in the ring now for class 3 is Allie Olson. And then on deck, Austin Zimmerman. Number 34, Hunter Zimmerman out of class 7. Class 7 is now completed, which means we should have 9 hogs in the ring. So number 35, Carter Zimmerman. And Carter is coming out of class 5. So we need in the ring next, we need Riley Peterson. On deck for class 5, Andrew Casper. So number 36, we have Nolan Wilder. Nolan is coming out of class 6, which means next we have Blake Shermanson in the ring. On deck for class 6 will be Natalie Ellison. So number 37 is Justin Olson. Justin's coming out of class 2. And then we need Corey Drost in the ring from class 2. On deck is going to be Addison Brown. Number 38, we have Kennedy Drost. Kennedy's coming out of class 4. So next in the ring we need Ellis White. On deck, Riley Mayeski. For number 39, we've got Ellis White. Ellis is coming out of class 4, which means in the ring next, we're going to need Riley Maya. So we have guaranteed, we've got 40 spots in the sale, guaranteed, but we are going to rank up to 45 since we have teams that are showing multiple species and that kind of thing if we don't fulfill requirements from either beast or sheep. 40 are guaranteed in the sale. Number 40, Mason Platt. Mason is coming out of class 10. In the ring next for class 10, we need Isaac Nicholson. And then on deck for class 10, Brianna Wells. Number 41, Blake Germanson. Blake is coming out of class 6, which means we need Natalie Ellison in the ring next. On deck, Lillian Harmon. Chloe Matesky. Chloe is coming out of class 8. So in the ring next would be Malcolm Zemke. And no one on deck. Allie Olson. Allie's coming out of class 3. Which means we need Austin Zimmerman next. Austin Zimmerman. Number 44, Natalie Ellison. Natalie's coming out of class 6, which means in the ring next we need Lillian Harmon. department. And that is as far as we'll rank today. Good job, you guys. Yep. So you can go back to your pens. We're just going to kind of get readjusted again. And then we will do our bread and owned class, followed by showmanship. So a couple of things on showmanship. We're going to follow the program, meaning that we'll have junior showmanship first, followed by intermediate, followed by senior. Our judge today wants to do the entire class. Alright, we're gonna, little change here. We get a 10-minute break because we gotta water all these pigs. We want the pigs cool down and relax, getting ready for showmanship, bread and owned classes, that kind of thing. So we're gonna do a little bit of a break. When we come back from the break, we'll do bread and owned, and then we will do our 3 showmanship classes.
Well, we have a local in action. Tomorrow morning, starting at 8 o'clock, we'll be tagging animals for shooting for extra animals and also sale animals. We'll start with lambs in the north end of the barn. We'll work our way to the hogs and then finally wrap up with beef. Processing options again this year are lots of meat, lots processing in Bloomberg. We have a meat company, a butcher shop, and the food processor, North Star License. Also looking for additional help loading animals out on Monday morning. If you're interested in being able to help out removing and handling animals, that'd be much appreciated. Reach out to me with questions. Thank you.
reminder again of the schedule after the break. We're going to do our bread and oil market class. And then after that, we're going to move into showmanship classes. So only 3 showmanship classes today. The first class is going to be the juniors. So for the juniors, that would be, make sure we have it correct here, that would be grades 3 through 5, as far as the grade that you just completed with last year. For that second showmanship class, it would be intermediate, which would be students that just completed grades 6 through 8. And then for senior showmanship, it would be those that completed grades 9 through the 13th. One thing, if you forgot to put your name on the program, we want all our livestock kids showmanship. So that is part of the requirement for our sales and whatnot. So if your name's not on there, find the class that your grade is and we'll get you added in there. So make sure that you are showing in showmanship. I forgot to keep track of time, but we're going to say that we're going to start the next class in 5 minutes. Is that fair? So I just want to share what class is going to be coming in 5 minutes. It's going to be the bread and own class. So it'll be the bread and own, the market class, and we have several students entered. So I'm going to be sharing those names, and those students, they can start to kind of make their way to the show ring. And once again, we're not going to start for 5 minutes yet, but Callie Stokes and Brock Picknell, Chesney Donut, Ethan Donut, Malcolm Zemke, Marcus Zemke, Mason Zemke, and Paige Picknell all all registered. So those are the individuals. When we get started in a few minutes here, we want you to make your way here. Alright, we're going to get started. So our 8 exhibitors for Bread and Own, come on in.
I'm just going to do a little chat here before these breakdowns come in. So those of you ringside who maybe don't fully understand exactly what's going on, these individuals, these kids have not only put in the time since these pigs have came, getting work here ready to come to the fair, but they were actually raised on their place, and they've had the challenge of clearing out the sow and getting them lean and getting them started on that. So that's a neat deal. I think when I was still fair 1,000, I was an exhibitor at the breakdown meant quite a bit. I was fortunate enough to put a couple pigs down in the dirt at state fair in the breakdown division, and I think personally it means a lot because these kids have taken a year commitment, not just a couple months here, where they're going to be getting the sows re-racked here and getting them ready in the future, the next month or two. So let's put our hands together for these Barron exhibitors. They're fully invested. They're having a good time. They brought out a great set. And I'll go and show you your champion. We're going to keep working through them here. I'm going to take my look. But wanted to come and just explain that to you guys. So let's put our hands together, show these kids our appreciation. They're doing a great job, putting in the work all year round, and bringing out a great tech. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion, bred and owned market hog, Callie Stokes, exhibitor from the Barron FFA. Congratulations.
I'll get your ribbon. Marcus, you gotta get a ribbon.
I do want to talk a little bit about sponsorships. So we've had sponsorships for that ribbon. So, and also she'll be awarded a plaque at our awards program. So the plaque will be sponsored by A&T Industries, and then the rosette is sponsored by Sun Valley Ranch, Diana and Associates LLC. So I would encourage any of our swine exhibitors, grades 3 to 5, so that means you just completed grades 3 to 5, to start making their way out to the showroom. Maybe we'll come through the holding area first to make sure we get people checked off, make sure everyone is here.
Alright, so we're going to start our showmanship classes here. Just in order to keep things moving, and then obviously we're going to see all these kids exhibiting their projects here today. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to have all the showmanship come into the ring. I'm going to go ahead and sort them. I'll talk a little bit. I'll select your champion reserve in each age division. And those two can stay back. Everyone else is good to head back to the barn, get your pigs cool, get them relaxed. It's been a long day already. We're going to keep this short and sweet, but still do our due diligence and making sure all the kids get their first shot, get their time, and able to show off their hard work. So just a little note from me, we're going to try to keep this smooth and free and speedy, but as well get the kids in their own individual time. So yeah, that's how we're going to do it, and yeah, good luck everyone.
Alright, our individuals that want coming out to the ring for junior showmanship, we're going to want Rory Zimmerman, we need Riley Peterson, Briella Millerman, Charlotte Wilger, Wagner Wilger, Chloe Matetsky, Addison Brown, Brock Pignell, Callan Ewins, Chesty Donut, Ethan Donut, Malcolm Dempsey, Mason Platt, Maura Ewings, Corey Drost, Peyton Wilson, and any others that are in that age range come in so that we can get you checked off.
Let's put our hands together here for our junior division. I'm just going to let these kids keep driving their pigs. They're doing a great job, and just kind of wanted to talk showmanship. And obviously, as we get to the older divisions, I'll talk a little bit more. But at this age, I think it's great to see this for your kids. I think you get to some of these county fairs that are maybe declining in numbers, and or just maybe a multitude of different things. And I think this is great seeing this many young kids out here. Obviously, for you guys' county, this is where it's going to be in the future. And obviously, they're looking up to the older kids in this scenario, and as they continue to get older, they'll have the younger exhibitors to look up to them. So this is great to see this many and this many great kids, because I think this is definitely where the future is at. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'll just start working from top to bottom, the champion, the reserve champion, beginner showman, and down through. So let's put our hands together one more time. I'll get you a champion, reserve, and work our way down the bottom. Congratulations to all you kids. You guys are doing a great job. Keep working hard. Keep going at it. Keep the future bright. So congratulations.
Someone wants to be done, huh? Yeah.
Congratulations to our junior showman. So our champion went to Briella Millerman of the Countrysiders. Reserve champion junior showman Wagner Wilder of the Swell Juniors. Congratulations. I want to share the names of all those that got reserved in that class. So we already named Briella and Wagner. So we also had Chloe McTesky and Callan Ewings and Maura Ewings and Peyton Bolton. So congratulations to all those individuals. Next we will be moving into intermediate showmen. And so once we have everybody checked off, and I'm giving the go-ahead here, we will start. Those individuals that will be in intermediate showmanship would be Austin Zimmerman, Hunter Zimmerman, Jarrett Murrow, Molly Peterson, Nolan Wilder, Riley Majewski, Natalie Ellison, Chet Hargrave, Holly Hargrave, Olivia Wilster, Paige Picknell, Sawyer Wilder, Weston Baugh, Ellis White, Justin Jacobson, Blake Germanson, Caleb Duncan, Emma Stain, Isaac Duncan, Kennedy Drost, Miles Holden, and Sophie Stain. Now, if you are a hog exhibitor and you just completed grade 6, 7, or 8, and you're not out there, even if your name's on the list, we want you to show. So, come on.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together here for every show. This is definitely is neat to see. I mean, obviously this is kind of the middle age of what they're going through, and I talked about the non-activity in the beginning video there. This is just cool to see, because I mean, these are the kids that have been putting in the work, and definitely grown over the last couple of years, and only becoming better, stronger, and just better with their hog project. So obviously there's a lot of ignorance out here, and which is pretty neat to watch some, and I think it definitely shines true in terms of your top showing that they're able to be able to find their holes, find the consistency that they need in terms of their weight consistency, in terms of their speed and their weight consistency, and they're able to find the prevalent spots in the team. So with that being said, I'll work these kids a little bit more here, and then when I get to it, I'll go ahead and show you and your one more time, we'll put our hands together for these kids. They're doing a great job. I'll go show them. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion intermediate show person. That goes to Emma Stain of the Marquette Pacemakers. Reserve champion to Holly Hargrave of the Columbia Livewires. I'm going to name off those that received blue ribbons in that class. We had Molden Williger and Chet Hargrave and Blake Germanson. And we had Miles Holton, Sophie Stain. Congratulations. Our final class of the show here is going to be our senior showmanship. So once again, if you're in that age and you're not on the list, still check in and come in. But those that are on the list are Kathy Stokes, Carter Zimmerman, Cheyenne Matthews, Andrew Kastner, Brianna Wells, Bryson Rearing, Daniel Worth, Tyler Rearing, Lillian Harmon, Nicholas Wells, William Coughlin, Brooke Colburn, James Stobrell, Marcus Zemke, Mason Zemke, Michaela Stover, Nolan Hewitt, Peter Fulton, Sean Fulton, Hazel Jorgensen, Emily Zemke, and Isaac Mosa.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together here for our senior showman, please. I think as we started with our beginners and worked through our seniors, I think the kids have done a great job. They're just good kids, and I think that states a lot about your guys' county livestock program. I'm sure the other species, almost said that there's some overlap, but I'm sure those kids are just as good and work just as hard. So that's a neat thing to see as we get these kids back. Obviously, we're going to see them today throughout the individual classes and whatnot, but it's good to see them back, and they're working hard, and they brought out a great set of kids, and they're great to the kids, and I think that they're working great. So let's one more time put our hands together. I've had the pleasure of coming today. I hope the kids have a good time. I certainly have, and it's been a fun day. So I'll put the mic down to the last time here today. Thanks for having me again, and I'll go through and show you your champion and your champions to your show. Congratulations.
We want to thank our Senior Showmanship Champion Awards. We have the Dennis Wood Memorial, Barron Electric, the banners are by the Butcher Shop, the rosettes are by Rural Insurance by Local Safety, and the Senior Reserve Champion prize is the Dale Lake Memorial, Cindy Lake and family, FTV Products, the banner, and Elizabeth Madison Bryant is sponsoring our rosettes. Thank you. Our senior showman is Sean Holden. Congratulations, Sean. Reserve Kayla Colburn, Kayla Silver, that ends our show. Thank you everybody for coming. If you want to stick around for our next one, it'll be at 5 o'clock tonight. Will be our beach show.
And attention, these exhibitors, anybody willing to help, we're going to tear down the hoggery and they're going to set up the beach show right away. We want to do that prior to the show. So we set up the beach ready and within the next 5 minutes.
Now you give him the light one, you won't give it to me. I offered it to you. Pest Patrol is here.
Test, test.
Test, test. And the beef barns, can you guys hear me? Okay. Beef sold in the dairy barns, can you hear me? AJ, can you hear me down in that barn? Is it speaking in the barn? Awesome, thank you.
check 1, 2.